ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილესთან დაკავშირებით პირველად გაიმართება მსოფლიო თასი ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა შორის. ღონისძიებას ბათუმი უმასპინძლებს 22 ივნისიდან 3 ივლისის ჩათვლით, სადაც მონაწილეობას მიიღებს 42 ქვეყნის 300-მდე უძლიერესი მოჭადრაკე. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში და გახდის საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ჩვენს ქალაქს ბათუმს ერგოპატივი უმასპინძლოს საუკეთესო მოჭადრაკეებს მსოფლიოს 42 ქვეყნიდან. დარწმუნებული ვარ, ბათუმი, როგორც არაერთი საერთაშორისო ღონისძიების მასპინძელი ქალაქი, ეხლაც ღირსეულად უმასპინძლებს ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა განსხვავებულ ფორმატს, რომელიც ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეს ეძღვნება. ყველა მოჭადრაკეს მინდა მიულოცო ჭადრაკის საერთაშორისო ფედერაციის იუბილე და ყველა მონაწილეს უსურვო წარმატებები.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეზე ბათუმმა კვლავ მოიზიდა მსოფლიოს ყველაზე ნიჭიერი ახალგაზრდა მოჭადრაკეები. თავდაუზო გავშრომას ყოველთვის მოაქვს ხელშესახები შედეგები. წარმატებები ყველა მონაწილეს.
Hello, dear chess friends. Greetings from Georgia, Batumi. This is Valery Gaprindashvili, Grandmaster Valery Gaprindashvili with you. We have the great event happening here. So this is a World Cup under 8, 10 and 12 open and girls section. This is the first time in history we are having this kind of event, and many thanks to the organizers, to Fide, Georgian Chess Federation, and also many thanks to the special test director, Mr. Akaki Iashvili, to make it happen. So, as I told you, we have the World Cup under 8, 10 and 12 open and girls section, where we have almost 40 countries and 288 players. Yes, we have, so I will tell you a little bit about the system, the new system that we have in this tournament. So in each section, we have two different groups, Group A and B. So it means that each section is divided by two parts. So each section has 48 players. They are divided for two parts. So it means the 24 players, and another group also 24 players. They play 7 rounds. Each of the group plays 7 rounds, and the last 2 rounds they're gonna have the tie breaks for the top places. So we can go to the games as it already has started. I will start with the open section under 12 with the A group. As I told you, we have 2 groups in each section. So in A group here we have 12 boards. We have 24 players here. On the first board we have Ethan Guo with the white playing against Yerjanuli Yernur. I'll try to show you what's going on in their game after the opening. Yes, we have the opening done already. Let's see what happened there. We can do it from the beginning. So it was e4, e6, d4, d5. So the French defense with the knight d2 line. So this is a basic theory. G6, that's something new. That's something new. Maybe it's not the best option to play G6 here. I'm not sure about G6 actually. Okay, well, let's see what the one. Yes, it's a quite obvious move, castle. Bishop G7, Rook E1 with the idea of Knight F1 makes sense. Yes, that happened. This is a white to move right now. Yeah, I think the position for white has to be better. It has to be better. Let's take a look. We simply can play Bishop C2 if we need so. Yeah, after Bishop C2, the position has to be just slightly better for white, as the Bishop on G7 is not doing much. From other side, Black also has their idea. They want to push F6 and attack the white's pawn range in the center, which is giving them the space. So we can evaluate this position as a Yeah, slightly better for white. So after bishop c2, they are having kind of advantage. On the second board, we have Afruzbek Sobirov with white playing against Syed Abdul Khader. The second one is a rating favorite. I mean, with the black colors, the player with the black colors. Let's see what happened here in the game. So d4, knight f6, knight c3. It's quite interesting move, but not the basic theory. Yeah, bishop f4 and e4. That's already interesting. e4. Not sure about that move. What is usually happening here? The white are putting their pawn on e3. But okay, white played e4. Maybe it is kind of preparation. Of course, it will not be an easy game for black if they already don't know what to do here. Seems like knight e4 is the best. And they did it. D takes e5 and knight d7. So maybe instead of knight d7, it was better to capture on d1. Sorry. Rook takes. Definitely the rook has to take. Because, for example, king does not make any sense. Here I think that black could be quite aggressive and play e5, for example. And now if the white will capture on e5, black will capture on c5. So it seems like the black has a better development, as the knight on c6 also developing with tempo, and the white king on d1 is not so safe and well improved or developed. So here has to be the advantage for black. So even this sacrificing, I think, is okay. So after rook g8, now bishop has to go, for example, on c3, and I'll take on f2. Yeah, that's a possible option. So after taking on d1, it has to be rook d1 with white. And now maybe just knight c6. Why not? Yeah, makes sense. It has to be with a mutual play. Okay, in the game was knight d7. Yes, it was knight d7 in the game. What to suggest for white? Yeah, I like queen takes d1 here more than knight d7. But on knight d7, okay, what? Queen d4, I think so. That white has to play queen d4. With a quite unclear game. What I like in that line, when the blacks were taking on d1 here, is that white does not have a good development. But here, after knight d7, queen d4, whites are quite okay. I think so, yeah. At least it is a mutual play. Okay, we can go to the next game. Board number 3. Here we have with the white colors Ted Wong playing against Ivan Kojedub, where the Ted Wong is a rating favorite with the 2034, and the opponent has 1778. And let's see how it was happening in this game. G6, D3. Okay. Of course, the main line is with the D4, with dragon system in the Sicilian defense. But white decided to play the D3 line and G3. Yes, we have this system also. By the way, Robert James Fisher was a big lover of this system with white and was having very good results. But I doubt that it was happening because he was a Fisher, but it's not connected to the system. I think that any system he will play, it will be quite successful in his hands. So, but Okay, honestly, I also played this system couple times, and maybe more. It's quite interesting with white. But of course, if the black will do the correct moves, it's not any kind of advantage there. Even this is okay for black. Knight b d2. d5 makes sense also to play d6. And then try to play on the queen side. Okay, in the game was d4, e5, f6. That's an error. This is an error. f6 is not the best move here. Definitely, it's kind of breaking our pawn structure for black. So maybe queen c2 makes sense. For example, to play queen c2. Sorry, queen c7. We are attacking the e5 pawn. So whites are forced to play queen e2. Right? There is no better defense of that pawn. And now, as it is usually happening, playing on the queen side for black, they can just push b5 or a5. Any of them is okay. By the way, here is very interesting move g5 also, as the white is not on time to play h4. In this position, it's better when the pawn stays already on h4. So here g5 also makes sense. As if the white will take on g5, then they are losing the e5 pawn. So the black would capture queen takes e5. I hope so. After trading the queens, black's position will be excellent. And if the white will not trade the queen, then okay, they don't have any other option, yeah? Because the knight on g5 is hanging, and if the queen goes, for example, on h5, then the black will just capture on e1 and game over, right? So it's like the whites are forced to trade the queens, and the end game will be with the advantage for black pieces. And if the white will not capture on g5, then g4 is hanging, right? g4 is hanging, and the e5 pawn is hanging again. So that was quite interesting move. To play queen c7 there. But in the game happened f6. E takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight f1. Okay, it does not have to be with the huge problems, of course, for black. It will be nonsense to say, but okay, for now I just don't like the pawn structure of black. That e6 pawn is kind of weak, and also the king side is weak. For example, white can push h4 and h5 in the correct moment to make the opponent's king side weaker. So here is slightly better for white, we can say so. Now we can go to the next group. Next section, actually next group, the same section but next group. I mean the group B in the open section under 12. This is a group B. Let's start with the first board. Here we have with the white Matthias Martinez Flores playing against Rauf Yusupov. So the rating favorite is white colors. This is Matthias with the rating 2080 against the opponent's rating 1800. Let's see what happened in the opening here. e4, e5. Petrov, the same Russian game. Okay, now it transposed to the 4 knights defense. And now maybe it even transposed to the Scotch. Knight takes d4. Oh, we have a hint here that the knight on d4 is a bad move. Nice. So, let's try to find out why it's a bad move. Why it is a bad move. So it's okay. It's clear that the black has to play, connected to the theory, they have to play bishop c5 or bishop b4. Mostly bishop c5, which is the basic line. But they played knight takes d4. So what is this knight takes d4 doing so wrong for black? So first of all, the white got the space in the center for free. Now they are ahead in development, also ready. Okay, they will be ready soon to do the long castle. and having the much more active pieces on the board. b6, another mistake, definitely. Here is just extremely necessary to play d6, as the e5 is already hanging, and if it is white to move, they will play e5. So, of course, it has to be done for black to d6 move. But they play b6, and after e5, of course e5. Dear chess lovers, of course here with the white it was just giving them a huge advantage to play e5, as the knight is tucked and seems like it has to go on g8. And after that, white can just develop the piece with tempo. Now queen d5 is hanging, and on bishop b7, for example, which seems the best move for black, then castle. And it is a huge advantage. On the move number 8 for white, 9, it's a huge advantage. Okay, it's very interesting how the white missed the move here, e5. As I already told you, the favorite rated player is with white, so of course we're expecting from this level of players more, and that's why we wanted them to play e5. So in the game was bishop g5. Definitely bishop g5 is not like a huge mistake or so on, or the bad move. Okay, it is bad move because we just had better. That's why. So e5 was definitely better. Bishop g5 is losing maybe the big part of advantage for white. So we of course know that if we have a chance, we have to use it, because maybe later it will not be any more chances. So the white, of course, had the chance to get the big advantage with e5. So let's continue. Queen d2. Another mistake. Yes, of course. When we are going back, dear friends, we have to be careful always, because going back, even we have the great ideas later, going back is not the best option. It's not the best option at all. We have to know for sure that when we are going back, we are doing something very good to our position. But queen d2 is just going back, so it is missing another part of the advantage. h6, and this is a position. Here I think we are just forced to go back, yeah, because taking on f6 is not the option. We don't want to give that kind of strong bishop to that knight, so maybe bishop e3 as a black bishop is quite good piece. Maybe just trade that piece. That bishop c5 is looking quite well. Okay, let's see what's gonna happen there. We can go to the next game. So next game will be board number 2, where Suleiman Ahmed with white playing against Ramtin Kakavand. Here Kakavand is the rated favorite player in this pair. I mean the player with black. He has 2059 against the 1793. That's the rating for the whites. Let's see what happened here in the opening. So it was the Slav defense with the exchange line, which is mostly the equal position happening here. So, okay, it is happening. We are not new in chess, and all of us know that when, for example, the lower rated player is playing against the higher rated player, he's kind of okay to do the draw, you know, but it's kind of difficult to say. Maybe it's not connected to this game at all, and this is just the style of the player with the white. But mostly it is happening like that the lower rated player is trying to be too solid against the higher rated player and trying to play the openings connected to that point, that to be solid. But it is better to be solid in attack. That's my suggestion. It's much better to be attacking chess player, aggressive. A lot of chess champions told us that the chess player has to be aggressive, for sure. So here white decided to be solid. Let's see what's gonna happen in this game. So later it was a6, bishop e2, bishop f5, knight f3, e6, And this is a position where the whites are thinking how to continue. Of course, the position is equal, and there is nothing much to consider here. Both of the sides has to develop the pieces and do the castles. And then later it will be like queen side will be very important, who will get any initiative on the queen side. Okay, let's go to the next game, board number 3. Here we have Jesus Daniel Diaz Guerrero with the white, who is the rated favorite. He has 2032, playing against Yuri Ambartsumyan, who has 1750. And we see that we have a quite interesting position already on the board. Quite complicated. The bishop on g6 is not hanging because the pawn is pinned. It's very interesting how it happened until now. So let's go back. e4, e6, we have another French defense with knight f6 line, knight c3, knight f6 line, bishop b4. This is a theory. Also, the black would play d takes e4 here in this position, which could be, we can evaluate it with a slightly better position for white. Maybe not even, and the black would equalize that position. But okay, this is a different story. So black played bishop b4, e5, h6, bishop d2, take on c3, take, queen g4, king f8, bishop d3, take with the king. Yeah, that makes sense. Why not? Actually, the king in the center is quite safe here for white. c5, h4 makes sense, of course, to press the opponent on the king side, and also to open up the way to the rook on h1, that it can go to h3 and then f3 and g3 to attack the opponent's king side. So knight c6, queen f4, c4, and bishop g6. Okay, we can understand that, as the white didn't want to go back, for example, on e2. Bishop g6 is more active and aggressive, so bravo, I like that. I like when the chess player is active. a4, this is a position. Yes, maybe slightly better. Slightly better for white because they have more space, and we can say that they can activate and develop their pieces better than the opponent. Mostly the light square bishop, which is a problem in French. Always it is a problem, the light square bishop, the development of the light square bishop on c8. So yeah, seems like it's slightly better for white. They can play bishop d7 actually, but still bishop on d7 is not improved piece. It is just a move which is opening up the way to the rook that could enter in the game. So we can evaluate this position as slightly better for white. So now we can go to another section. Here we have open section under 10. The group A. As I already told you, we have two different groups in this tournament. We have the new system. In each section we have A and B groups. So one more time, it is just divided on two. So 24 players in each group. They will play 7 rounds, and then after that they have the tie breaks for last 2 days. They have tie breaks. They will play against only one opponent, and they will play 2 games in this tie break for the top places. Okay, here on the first board we have Rianash Chakrabarti with white. As I remember, this is a player from Australia, so it means he did a very long way to Georgia. Nice to see that. And with black we have Safa Humatov from Azerbaijan. Let's see what happened here in the opening. a6, that's quite you know, a common move in Sicilian defense, as a6 is a move that the black needs everywhere later. So they are just putting a6 for sure now, and later they're gonna choose which system to play. c3, knight f6, knight d5, and bishop c4. e6, castle, d6, rook e1, knight b6, bishop b3. I'm not sure about knight b6. Maybe it was just necessary to take on e5 already. Take with the knight and bishop e7. Just normally continue the development for black, because after knight b6, bishop b3, and if the black will capture now on e5, then this, and I don't think that the black needs to put their knight on b6. Maybe that knight on d5 was better, so it's just unnecessary extra move that the black did. So in the game was bishop b3, c4. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much. A couple minutes ago I told you that I love when the chess player is active and aggressive, but you know, this is abstractly. But if we go in details deeper, then we know that we can do the, no, not actually can, we have to do the active and aggressive moves when we have the advantage. At least any kind of advantage. In this position, of course, black doesn't have any kind of advantage for now, so it's too early to attack with the pawns here and to do the moves with the same pawn and losing the time in the opening. We know that it's quite important to develop the pieces as fast as possible, do the castle, make safe your king, and then choose the plan. But here c4, it's kind of I mean, I don't really get the idea of c4 and d5. Yeah, that's even worse. c4 and d5, it was absolutely unnecessary. Now whites are thinking. We can play d4 without thinking, I hope so. So it transposes to the French defense, where whites are having a huge advantage in development. And just pay your attention. The white didn't do any extra move, and the black did 3 moves with the knight on b6. I mean, they play knight f6, knight d7, knight b6. They play a lot, plenty of the moves with the pawns. They play d6, then d5, c5, then c4. White didn't do any extra move, so they are ahead in advantage, in development. Okay, let's see if the white will play. It seems like they played d4. Nice. Okay, as I told you, the white has a clear advantage here with white. So one more time, this was the board number 1 in the open section, group A. Let's go to the next game. Here on the second board, we have, oh yeah, nice to see, we have the host, I mean the Georgian chess player with white playing here. This is Andrea Jahaya with white colors, but he's not the rating favorite, as he has 1652 and the opponent has 2031. And let's start from the beginning. So it was Sicilian happening here. So one more time to remind, the player with the white is player with the black is a high rated player. Let's see what happened in the Sicilian. Knight d5. Okay, that makes sense. Take on d5. Take knight b d7, g6. That's correct. All correct. c4. I'm not sure about c4, how necessary it was. I'm not sure I need that pawn there until my d5 pawn is hanging. So maybe just queen d2 and just develop the pieces, connect the rooks to each other. But white decided to play c4. I don't want to clarify where am I putting the pawns on the queen side. So that's why c4, it seems like not flexible a little bit, as the black could start immediately blocking my pawn structure on the queen side, for example, with a5. That makes sense. Also very not interesting, but the obvious, the regular move castle also makes sense. Okay, the position is like a mutual play. Let's go to the next game. On the board number 3, we have here Ashworth Koshik playing against another Georgian player, Georgi Tsulaya. The whites are favorites, I mean rating favorites, and let's see what was happening here in the game. Another Sicilian we have here. That's very interesting. Trading happened just immediately in the opening, in the beginning of the opening. So one more time. Queen d3. Why not just knight f6? Yes, knight f6. Just knight f6 to develop the pieces. Okay, maybe black we are taking care about knight b5 threat. So that's why they play a6, take, queen g3, take, d5, g4, that's nice move. Bishop d6, g5. Wow, that's quite an important move with a high responsibility. And the white has that. That's very nice skill. And here we have the mistake for black. Take on d5, and the rook d1. Okay, why not the long castle? If we are playing rook d1, why not the long castle? I think it's gonna be better. Oh, a lot of things happened already. Yes, this is the advantage for white. It's definitely advantage for white. Okay, now go to the open section group, open section under 10, group B. Here on the first board, we have Roman Savshokdziev. Pardon me, I don't want to pronounce it incorrect. So Roman Savshokdziev playing against Egor Lazarev. So Roman is with the white colors and he is rating favorite. So we have here another French defense. c3 is the best move here, by the way. I have to mention that. Long castle, very nice idea. Blacks are also doing quite well. Let's see what's gonna happen in this game. The position is with the mutual play. Okay, just one more time. Pardon me, let's take a look. Yep. Quite unclear. So, board number 2, here we have Alexander Popov with Joshua Xia, where the Joshua Xia, I mean, the player with black colors is the rating favorite. And what kind of position here we have? Let's see from the beginning how it is how it was happening. So it was Sicilian with the c3 line. The pawn on e5 could be in trouble soon, right? That is what the blacks are fighting for. Castle and rook e1, white supported that pawn. Castle, b3. Unnecessary move, right? White could continue the development with knight a3 as the c4 pawn is hanging. The c4 pawn is hanging just in case I need to put my knight on b5. That also makes sense. Why not? After knight a3, I think the white has the advantage here because I don't see how to support that c4 pawn. It is hanging. I don't want to put my knight on e5, of course, because we are making that knight very weak. And for example, even d4 makes sense. And when the black will capture on d3, the white captures on d3. This is advantage. Okay, not decisive one, but it's a clear advantage for white. Okay. Let's go to the board number 3, where we have Alimjan Jayumbai played with white colors with the rating 1903 against Khalid Al-Jamaat with black colors having 1648. And we have this kind of position on the board after move 11, actually 10, as it is white to move, and it is move number 11 right now. The position seems quite equal, nothing special is happening there. Let's go to the open section under 8, group A. And here we have a, what do we have here? We have very interesting position only, no, actually already 1 hour has passed, so we already have some results even maybe here. Okay, let's see what happened here from the beginning. So we have the first board with white Luca Protopopescu with the rating 1896 for the 8 years old boy. It's quite a high rating. And with black here we have another host, Alexander Berishvili, with black colors, who has 1471, and let's see what happened in that game. So here we have Italian game. For now, what the black got, it is that they captured that quite strong bishop that the white has. Here it's better to play c3 than to play h3, as after knight a5, at least now we have to play bishop b5. Maybe that makes sense, because after bishop b5, I just want to don't give that bishop for the knight. And if the black will play c6, I'm putting my hopes on d4 move. That I think makes sense. Just to sacrifice the pawn. We are sacrifice the pawn, as if the black capture on b5, then we capture on c5. And if they capture on c5 also, we can capture on d8. Capture on d8. And knight takes e5. Well, that makes sense. Okay, white played bishop b3. Take. Yeah, bishop a7 is also very unnecessary move. If you are trading it, it's better to trade it on e3 than to go on a7 and give to the white this kind of chance to push d4, which is excellent move. Okay, here white has a big advantage, as the black's pieces are too passive. And knight b5, great, that's a genius playing with white. Now the white has a huge advantage. Take on a7 and they are piece up. Wow, they are doing excellent game for now. Why this unnecessary move? I just don't understand. Why on d6 and why not, for example, on e7? Just to be piece up. This is it. Knights are connected to each other and they are piece up. Instead of that, they play knight d6. Here they are losing a big part of their advantage, of course. Now they are forced to go... Oh, it's a blunder, because white has to go on c4, and they are still pawn up. Instead of that, they take on b7. Oh, so many mistakes from the beginning. Queen c7 was much better. And the point is that after queen d5 is the only move to support that knight. Then we have rook b8. And I think we are trapping that knight, as after knight a5 there will be rook b5. And the black's gonna have the extra piece. Yeah. Black could capture, gain the piece here if they play queen c7. Instead of that, they play queen b6. After queen b6, the position, I don't think it's good for black. Queen d5, and now what? It seems like now it's nothing. Rook b8, no, the same was happening on queen c7. That was much better. Here, whites are just winning. Okay, black had the chance to get a huge material advantage. On the board number 2, so again, we have under 8 open section. Board number 2. Where we have Lior Sivan with white playing against Rizat Ulan, who has 1733. Let's see what's going to happen here, because the position we saw it is just winning for black, so it was Sicilian defense. E5, knight b3, bishop e6, f3, bishop g5. Of course it's unnecessary, dear chess friends. Bishop playing bishop g5, first playing bishop e3 and then bishop g5. It's just losing the time in the opening. It was much better just to trade everything on d5 and let's play it at equal position. But it's not equal anymore now. It's actually very bad for white. Yep, what to say. Queen f4, unnecessary move. I think d3 was much better, and if the white will capture on d3, then we can play the d3 just to open up the d file for our rook. We can do just a castle here. I don't think the white has any chance to survive with this kind of king and the development. Okay, instead of that, blacks played queen f4, queen c1, another huge mistake. Bishop d2, and the whites are losing the queen, otherwise queen e3 checkmate. Okay, this is just winning. This is just winning for black, which is the rating favorite. So this was the open section group A. Now I will go to the open section group B. Just a sec. Here we are. On the first board we have Aiden Linuan Lee playing against Amos Kapelinski, where the whites are rated favorite with the 1853 and black has 1470. So it was Caro-Kann happening here. e5, g4. The black's position is quite good. Knight g1. People, why to go back? This is so interesting. Of course, I understand that maybe white wants to play knight g1 and then knight f3, but it's not the time for that. We have to push the kingside pawns to create some game there. So after knight g1, we are just losing the time. Yeah. This position is quite... What? Rook a4? Is it a mouse slip? What is rook a4? What a strange move is rook a4. I understand that the white could not capture that, but if they just continue with knight e2, for example, okay, they decided to play knight f3, knight a7, another very strange move, king b1 also very strange. Yes, here it was just necessary to play c3 or c4, and after that, for example, when we play c3, then the rook is hanging on a4. Okay, in the game was king b1, knight b5, king a1, knight c3. Rook c1, and the blacks are thinking here they have a big advantage. And let's go to another game. This is, I will remind you, this is section under 8 open, B group. Second board, we have Azad Khuduzadeh against Sarbarthon Mani, where Sarbarthon Mani is a rated favorite with the black colors. And let's see what was happening in this game, as the final position is winning for black. The Catalan defense with c5 move, which is absolutely unnecessary to play c5 here. It's absolutely unnecessary. More, we have to take care about the development to play knight bd2, castle, and so on. c5, bishop c7, castle, b6. b6 makes sense to attack that pawn structure on the queen side, and here you are. Blacks got the excellent pawn structure after the opening, and they have the advantage. They have a huge center, pawn range in the center. And also the pawn on c5 and a2 is the troubles. One of them they already lost. I'm afraid they're gonna lose another also. Oh, why? Is not it better to play just bishop c4? What they gonna do on bishop c4? What they gonna do with that knight? So if they play rook b1 right away, then it will be just bishop takes b3, and in the end the d2 bishop is hanging, right? For example, this, and rook takes d2. Queen takes d2 and queen takes b3. So bishop c4 makes more sense, but in the game the black played bishop c2. White just capture that. Queen takes b3, take on a2, take on a2. Now the whites are just pawn down. There they were losing the game. Here they are just pawn down, but not with knight b3, but the queen b3 and then knight d3. Okay, here they lost that pawn anyway. That's not a good option. That's not a good option. This is just a blunder that after queen b6 nothing is hanging. And after c5, this is just game over. Why queen a7? Dear chess friends, of course, trading the queens when we have the material advantage makes sense. So they play queen a7, king h1, another mistake, knight d7. Okay, the position is just losing here. It's just losing for white. Okay, dear chess friends, we reviewed the open section, all groups. It was 6 groups of that. Now we will do the short break and we will go to the girl section. So see you soon. Hello, we are back. Greetings from Georgia again. Batumi, we are having the great weather today here. So, we can go to the tournament. We will continue our broadcasting. I will just remind you, for them who just joined our channel, that we are having the tournament, the World Cup, which is happening for the first time in the chess history. This is a World Cup in the different section, under 8, 10, 12, open and the girl section. We have the new system here where the players are dividing in the two groups in each section, where they play 7 rounds and then they play last 2 days for the tie breaks for the top places. So we already reviewed the open section. Now we can go to the girl section. We will start under 12 girls with the group A. One more time, I will remind you again that in each group we have 24 players playing with the Swiss system, the 7 rounds, and then the last 2 rounds they will play the tie breaks. So we have almost 40 countries and almost 300 players event. You can see on the screen our perfect and beautiful playing venue, and now I'll go to the games. So as I promised, so we start with the girl section, under 12, group A. Here on the first board we have Laura Q with white colors playing against April Wong, and let's see what is happening in this game. Laura Q is with white. He's a rating favorite, having the 2068 against 1622 April Wong. We have Caro-Kann defense here. Yes, here if the white plays c4, it goes to the Panov system, but with c3, if the whites are going to play c3, then it is better, mostly it is better to play c3 immediately, or even better to play bishop d3, and on knight c6 then c3, or on knight f6 playing bishop f4, knight c6 and then c3. So the point is that the whites are waiting for the light square bishop of black to develop, to see where they are developing it, and then react with the correct way there. But when the white already have knight on f3, after that playing c3 does not make any big sense. Or okay, we can say like that it's not the best option, as the black could develop their bishop on g4 anytime. So that's happened in the game. h3, here even taking on f3 is okay for black, but in the game was bishop h5, bishop e2, knight c6, castle, and e6, bishop f4. No, this position is absolutely okay for black. Bishop d6, take on d6, queen takes, knight d2, and castle. Rook e1, a6. Okay, all of them are like obvious moves, and b4, that makes sense. Rook c1, bishop g6, knight b3, knight a7. Maybe knight d7 was better. Yeah, why knight a7? I see that they want to go on b5, but now the knight on c5 that the white has is very strong. So actually white created a very nice idea here when they play a4 after sorry, a5 after rook b8, and then b4. Yeah, that's very nice. Maybe bishop g6 was not necessary. Knight b3 and knight a7. Yes, after knight c5, white has the advantage here. Maybe knight e5 was not the best option. Maybe first take on g6 and then play knight e5. As after knight e5, they can, I mean, the black can take on d3, and maybe it was, I think it was better to trade on g6 for white more than to trade on d3. Okay, we can go to the board number 2, girl section, under 12, group A. On the board number 2, we have Maha Ali with white playing against Xiahan Luna Lu. Luna is a favorite, rated favorite in this pair. She has 1859 against 1601. So the blacks are the rated favorite. Here we have French defense, exchange line. C5, why not actually? Here is the isolated pawn position for black, but it is quite good isolated pawn position for black, as white is not as ready as it is necessary to have the advantage. I mean to play against the isolated pawn, as the all pieces are on the board, so black does not have any troubles connected to defend that d5 pawn. And from another side, this d5 pawn is giving them the space, which guarantees the good development of the pieces and later improving them. Bishop f4, bishop e6, knight c3, rook e8, rook e1, queen b6. Some troubles already has started. Okay, taking on b2, of course, is not the option. Because I think the queen will be in danger there. Rook b1, queen a6, and of course I can take on b7, but I can also play rook b3. That makes a very good sense, as the queen has to go only on a5, and then it is rook b5. And on queen a3 I think I have knight b1. Yeah, that's it. We're gaining the material. So taking on b2 does not make any sense. Bishop b4 was in the game. a3, take on c3, take, and rook c8. Queen d2. It's very difficult here with white to leave that queen under the discover attack, but it has to be better option to leave that queen there and, for example, to play bishop e3. Yeah, to check where that queen has, where that queen goes. If it goes on a5, I can even trade that, of course. And if it goes on c7, then it will be no threats connected to discover attack on my queen. So bishop e3 seems a better move than queen d2. It's very interesting. It's actually interesting why black did not play knight e4, attacking the queen. And if the white will capture here, then I will capture back that. And after taking on e4, then I will take on b2 without any troubles. And the black has a slightly better position here. Instead of that, instead of knight e4, black played knight a5. Does not seem good for me. Knight d7, bishop d4. Here the white has a perfect position. Queen d8, going back. What else to do? And this is a position. No. White has clear advantage, so Mahali has a clear advantage here. Knight g5 seems like a best option. Why not? Yeah. Here white could have the different options, which is giving them, they already have advantage, but which is giving them the more advantage. So we can evaluate this position, this game, as an advantage for white. We can go to the board number 3, where the white is Zuzana Kaminska from Poland playing against Anastasia Kutateladze, who is the host, the Georgian chess player. Let's see what's going on in this game. e4, c5, we have Sicilian here with the e6 line. d4, it goes to the Marozzi positions, where the white has, abstractly, we can say that they have the slightly better position, but without any special problems for black. Let's see what happened in this game. Oh, that happened nothing much. They only did 10 moves until now. That's very interesting. They did only 10 moves. And the black already thought almost 1 hour. That's so strange. That's so strange. So the white has on the clock 1 hour 21 minutes and the black has 35 minutes left. It means they already thought 1 hour. And they are thinking after queen d2. Okay, here is different options to play. We can continue with a6 or take on d4 here and then play b6. For example, this thing. Take on d4, take, and b6. Okay, as I told you, whites are slightly better, but I don't think that the black has any huge troubles here. Okay, let's go to the next group. It is the same section, girls under 12, but group B. And on the first board, we have Quick Pan Deborah against Pavitra RV. So Deborah is a rated favorite here with the white colors. She has 20-48 elo points, and the opponent has 16-14. Let's see what happened in this game from the beginning. So Queen's Gambit we are having here with the bishop f4 line. Bishop d3. h6, short castle, knight h5, bishop g3, unnecessary move. It was even better to play bishop e5 first. As on f6, then we can go to g3. Or maybe I'm missing something here, bishop takes c7. Wow, that's very nice. And when the queen takes on c7, then knight takes d5. Does not matter where the queen goes, we just capture on e7. They capture on e7, and after knight h4 they are in trouble. So that's very nice, actually. That's very nice. The knight on h5 is trapped. That's very nice. Yeah, it's kind of trapped to play bishop e5 here, instead of bishop g3 to play bishop e5. Okay, and the game was bishop g3. Take on g3, it goes to the equal position now. Knight d7, knight a4, a5, yes, it's with a mutual play. Here e4 makes sense already, as g6 was unnecessary move for black. It's not necessary to play g6 at all until there is nothing hanging there. So it was not necessary to play g6. Knight c5, e4, as we already have a chance to create some troubles with white. We have to do that, to play e4, that makes sense. We have a very nice view on our video right now. We are watching the first board of the girl section. Yep. We are all the family. This is the point of the Fide. And here you have the provement. A very nice view. So, after e4, we are creating the troubles. Yes, I was saying that after e4, for example, if the black will capture on e4, then we capture on e4 back. And now bishop g6 is hanging, as the pawn on f7 is pinned, so they have to take care about that. And it's not so easy, because, for example, if the king moves on g7, then I will push d5 also. And look at the black's pieces. They are completely undeveloped and passive. It could be quite dangerous for them. Okay, instead of that, white played knight c5, right? Yes. Take on c5. Oh, here the black had a very interesting idea. Take on c5, take, then play a4. Yeah, blacks could have some advantage here. Instead of that, they take on c5 with the bishop. Here the position is slightly better for white, as the bishop on c8 is quite weak piece. But to open up those rooks, I think it's necessary to play e4. It's just necessary to play e4 to just fix that slightly better position for white. Okay, so that was the first board. Let's go to the second board, girls section under 12, group B. Here on the second board we have, pardon me, Antia Vasquez Sanchez with white playing against Devindia Gunaward. I hope so. I'm pronouncing the last name correctly. She's the player from Sri Lanka and she's a rated favorite with the black colors. She has 1980 while the white has 1607. Let's see what happened in this game until now. So it was a Queen's Indian transposed to the Queen's Gambit and transposed to the Catalan later, where white's position is preferable. Nothing special in these moves. Fe1, 97. Yeah, okay. Now or later white has to capture on d5 and then just create their game on the c file. Does not matter how the black will capture there. Okay, if they capture with the piece, then e4 is also coming. So they have to capture with the pawn. And then rook c1. Slightly better position forever. It's actually the clear advantage for white. Okay, let's see what they're gonna do. What we have here is this position. Sorry, this position we are having right now. So if they take on d5, they have the clear advantage. I mean the white, Antia Sanchez. Let's go to the board number 3. Girls section under 12, B group. Here with the white we have Velmurugan Sri Karthika with white and with black Bibisara Abilaikizi. Yeah, hope again, my hopes that I'm pronouncing the last names correctly. So here Velmurugan is the rated favorite with the white colors. And let's review the game from the beginning. So we have Sicilian with the c3 line. Bishop e7, bishop e3, take on d4, take. Okay. All good. Queen c7, knight e2. Blacks are now thinking about the safety of the king. So taking on b4, definitely taking on b4, and when the black will capture back, then just b3. And on knight b6, now we can start with queen g3, creating the troubles there. As bishop takes e1 does not make any big sense because of queen g7, it will be even very bad for black. Now the rook is hanging, so if they play something like rook f8, then bishop a3. That was my point, that I'm trapping the rook and creating the checkmate threat. So it was time to play queen g3. It was time to play, to take on b4 and take, and play queen g3. Instead of that, white played a4. And the blacks are thinking here, seems like b3 has to be very interesting. To sacrifice, of course, to sacrifice for the initiative. Yeah, that makes sense. To sacrifice the material for the initiative. Taking on b3, take on b3. And for example, just castle or maybe knight a5, disturb them again and again. Yeah, that makes sense. We have the full compensation, or the castle immediately. Of course, that also makes sense. But this is a position they have on the board. Let's see what they're going to do. Okay, now we are going to the girls section under 10, group A. On the first board, here we have a very interesting and talented player. I remember her from the past years. Romy Milner with a white with a rating 1866 playing against Olivia Lucas with a 1540. And let's see what happened in this game. So white decided to play the London system, taking on c5. I'm not sure about taking on c5 in this position. It doesn't have to be the best option. Usually white continues with knight bd2 and then castle and just end up with development like that. D takes c5 and queen takes c5. Maybe it was even time to take on g3 and then take on c5 with the queen. So for example like this. Take, and queen c5. Yeah. That could be okay. Or even taking on c5 immediately, actually. I don't see any problem in that. c5, knight bd2. As the black can capture on g3 anytime, even now. Take. Yeah, whites improved their position too much. And the long castle, I hope so. Yeah. Romy is thinking here. After the long castle, they have the clear advantage as the black has the development problems connected to the c8 bishop, and automatically it's connected to rook on a8. Also, the troubles with the pawn structure on the king side, mostly the e6 pawn, which could not move ahead, move forward. As after e5, bishop takes f5, they are losing the pawn. So here the white has the clear advantage. Let's go to the next board. It is board number 2, where we have Husnitin with white playing against Lila Rzadkovska, who is the rated favorite in this pair. Board number 2, girls section, Group B, under 10. Let's see what was going on here in the game. Another London system. That's correct. We have another London system here. Bishop g4. Does that bishop, g6 and bishop f5 makes more sense? Seems to me like that g6 and bishop f5 makes more sense. More than bishop g4. Oh, after h3, then bishop g4 works. Now I want to play bishop g6. And I'll do that as it happened in the game. Take, rook c8, queen b2, nothing special for now happening. Queen a2. I think the white could capture just on e4, as the c3 pawn is hanging, right? So just capture on e4, bishop takes, and just castle. Slightly better position for white. Instead of that, they play queen a2. But I actually don't understand why it is so bad move. On c3 it's not hanging, or it's hanging. Let's take a look what's going on. Okay, if I take knight c3, then it will be just queen takes a5. So I'll take rook c3. And if the white will capture this knight, I think they're gonna be in very big troubles after rook c1. White rook could not capture on c1 because of queen takes a5 with a huge material advantage. And after rook c1, here after rook c1, if they play bishop d1, then take on a5, take on a5, take on a5, and knight c3. Seems like we are gaining the material. So black has to capture on c3. Looks like that. But they are thinking here. They did not do the move yet. So maybe they will do that. Maybe they will do that. You know, the blacks are thinking in this position. Rook takes e3. It's giving a big advantage for black. And let's go to the board number 3, group B. Here we have with the white Mehriban Ahmadli playing against Natalia Satyani, who is another hoster here, the Georgian chess player Natalie. Let's see what's going on here and what was going on from the beginning. So we have Caracan, the closed system. Nothing special here, more than knight h4, which was not necessary at all. Yeah, another going back. Why not to take on e7? Yes, just to be active and aggressive. Take on e7, take on f4. Open up. Open up the file there and start to take on the king side. It has to be advantage for white. Okay, instead of that, in the game was knight h4. But that knight was on h4 just 2 moves ago, right? Then why did we play knight f5 at all? I mean, not even 2 moves, 1 move ago. Knight c6, black continue with the same thing. And the whites are thinking, maybe the black already offered the draw in this position because of the repetition. Let's see what's going to happen there. For now, we go to the next section. This is girls under 8, group A. On the first board, we have the game between Stella Xin against Dimitradze Mariam, where Stella won her game, and let's see how it happened. So here we have the Albin contra gambit with e5 in the queen's gambit, e5. D takes c4. That's very strange. No, I never heard that. Here has to be d4, right? The main line. This is the main line. This is the whole point of this gambit for black. Otherwise, that e5 makes no sense. If we are taking on c4, then giving e5, the pawn there, makes no sense. Take, and the white already had the big advantage. Yeah. Not the best performance for black. Giving too many pawns and material. Oh, ouch. Discover check and the rook gone. Yeah. Okay. So we can say that Stella won this game quite easily. Let's go to the board number 2, where the game is also over. Here we had Alu Hamitumwa against Rayana Yan, where the black were the rated favorites and they won the game. Let's take a look how it happened. Seems to me the interesting game. Let's take a look. So we have here another Caracan. Knight f3, knight c3, and queen e2. It's a little bit strange development of the pieces. Oh my god, queen e2 and queen d1. No, that's not the correct way of doing chess. So, Miss Yalu, we have to improve our openings, for sure. So blacks are doing everything correctly. They already got the big space in the center. After e4, they just gained the piece. Yep. That will not help. Now the king is in trouble again. It's good that they do castle on time. Blacks are doing quite well, you know. They are doing just the correct, you know, right moves. That's very nice to see in this category, girls under 8. It's very nice to see such a kind of correct play. Yeah, and the position is just winning. Okay, let's go to the next game here, board number 3. where we have the game done also. This is Sarah Gwynn playing against Hasia Anastasia. So what I see first of all here that makes my attention to pay is that the time that the black has in the end of the game. No, they are still playing. I'm sorry, I thought it is over. They are still playing. So blacks are king down, but they have 1 hour 35 minutes. So it means that they have more time compared to when they start the game. The black has more time now, and already how many moves has passed? I will just check it. 76. So they played 76 moves, and the black has more time now than in the beginning. Okay, but the position is not as good as it was in the beginning. Let's see what happened there. So we have Queen's Gambit taking on f6. Of course, makes sense, as h6 is not the best option. Here is extremely necessary to play bishop e7. Yeah, just to support the d5 pawn, because after h6 they take on f6. Now we are forced to take with the pawn, because if we take with the queen, then we are just losing the pawn on d5, right? So for example, queen takes f6, then the white will just capture on d5, and they are just a healthy pawn up. So h6, yeah, was a bad move. Mistake, actually, we can say like that. And let's see what happened later. f5, another unnecessary move. Blacks are trying to attack while their position is just bad. Yeah, what to say? And we have this position where the black play rook b8, rook a1, king e7, rook a4, rook a8, correct move, king e2. Now why rook b8 when you can play rook a2 check? And on king f3, rook b2. Makes more sense. Attacking from the side. No, from behind. I mean, from b8. I think it's better to attack from b2. c5, that's a correct move. Take on c5, take, rook c1, king b6, king e2, rook b7. Now, why rook on b7? Just move that rook, I mean support any of the pawns, for example, rook e8. Makes more sense. Why on b7, right? Giving them that rook c8. Yeah, and now the black realize that there is no point of capturing the b pawn there, as they are getting the bigger troubles on the king side. f3. Very bad move. Of course, b6. Just push. Yeah? Just push. And take the pawn on the king side. If the black will capture that, then we will capture on d5. It is a huge advantage. Or if they play king d6, then we will play b7. And when they take on b7, I'll take on f5. And still, blacks are in serious troubles. Instead of that, white played f3. King d6. King c5. Now rook b7. Why king c5? Rook b7 and just eat that pawn. It seems like to me just a draw. Now the king is far away. That's a problem. The position is just losing. What happened later? Let's take a look. Nice. Okay, I hope that the game is over already. Yes. The game is over. Okay, until we will do the break, I want to take a look on the boys section. I mean, open section, pardon me, open section, group B and A. So here we are. This is the open section, all game, no. The round number, I mean, the board number 2 is over. The first board here we have Aiden Linuyan against Amos Kapelinski. This is the position. Oh, we are reviewing this game, yes, where the black has an advantage. Okay, second board. On the second board here we have the white, who was 1461, Azad Khuzudzadeh against Sarbarton Mani, where Azad won his game, and let's see how it happened. Oh my god. Okay, when we are talking about this position, we evaluate this as a very big advantage for black, but it seems like they did the blunder with c4. Yeah, but it's very nice. It's very nice. Bishop f8. Game over. Bishop f8, just a checkmate. So black blundered the checkmate. Instead of c4, of course the game was just winning for them. It was just winning for them. For example, if they play any of the move just to support the c5 pawn, but okay, the most solid has to be bishop d6. And the blacks are two pawns up, so the position is just winning. But they lost in one move. Yes, the chess is a brilliant game, people. Chess is a brilliant game. So here we had some unexpected unexpected result, where the white with the rating 1461 beat the black 1733. And I'm not paying my and your high attention about the rating, but about the position, where the blacks were completely winning. On the board number 3, here we have Elliot McCallum against Jose Hernandez, where Elliot was the rated favorite, and he won his game. Okay, dear chess friends, until we go to the open section under 10 and 12, we will do the short break, and we'll be with you soon. So, see you. Hello and welcome back. This is Grandmaster VALERIANE GAPRINDASHVILI, and we have the World Cup happening here in Batumi. We have the tournament in the open section under 8, 10 and 12, and the girls section. I will remind you that we have the new system here, and this is the first tournament ever in the history happening here in the beautiful Georgia. So, a couple of words about our new system. We have two different groups in each section, where in total we have 48 players divided on two. So in each group they are 24 players. They are playing between each other with the Swiss system, and the last 2 days they will play the tie breaks for the top places. Now we will go to the games, and we start with the open section under 12 with the Group A. So here on the first board we had Ethan Guo playing against just a second, Yernur, where Ethan Guo was the rated favorite. He has more than 300 rating points, so he's 2136, playing against Yemur, who has 1810. And I'll tell you in advance that here we have the small surprise. White lost this game, and now we will see how they did that. So it's a French defense. We reviewed that opening this game in the first 1 hour of our broadcasting. F6, okay, and this position we evaluate as a slightly better for white because of the weak pawn structure that the black has on the king side, and also the e6 pawn is weak. Let's see what happened later. Rook b1. Maybe it was just unnecessary move. It could be, but nothing special actually. Let's see what happened later. h3 also makes sense to stop. Maybe it was better to play h3 without rook b1, because actually rook b1 is connected to what? To protect to support the b2 pawn and to develop the dark square bishop, but it's unclear where it's better to put that bishop for now. So maybe it was better to don't have any rush with that and just play h3 instead of rook b1, as h3 already happened in the game. Knight b4, and now rook b1 makes no sense at all. Bishop b3, bishop b5, blacks activate their pieces, and here we have knight e5, the huge mistake. It was just extremely necessary, okay, to develop, to develop the undeveloped piece. Instead of that, white played knight e5, and they got knight e4. Wow, it's not easy move. It's quite decisive decision, and okay, I think that black thought about that. They consider that, and they realized that high responsibility, and still they play knight e4, which is quite difficult move, but on the same time maybe it's even brilliant. So they are attacking the f2 pawn. Bishop e3, knight f, no, that's just brilliant. Wow, bravo. So we have the player here with the black. His name is Yernur, and he is from Kazakhstan, of course. So we have quite strong school of chess in Kazakhstan, and here we have the example, the clear example of that. What could we say? Just brilliant. Knight takes f2. So later in the game happened. Bishop takes f2. Rook takes f2. Another brilliant move. I think this game is just brilliant. King takes f2. Bishop takes e5. Rook takes e5. And knight d3. No. Okay. I don't know this player well. I actually never heard about him on... Okay, maybe that's my fault. But also the rating is not so high, but he's doing the excellent game. Just take on e5. And they are pawn up. That's amazing. That's amazing. Amazing game. And another pawn. No, this guy is doing just an amazing chess in this game. And later, I hope he just won this game without any chances for white. This is how he is doing. Yes, exactly. That's it. Yeah, because after rook takes f1, there is knight e2 check. Okay, it's very difficult to say that the white was not doing the good chess. Okay, they just missed in this moment when they play knight e5, which is not so, that's not easy at all to find out that idea for black. As if they are not taking on f2, then it's not anything special happening, but this is the whole point. So the only mistake that the white did, that was knight e5 in this position, which seems quite obvious. But after that, the position is almost losing. Bravo again, bravo for Yerzhanuli. He did the great game. He did the great game in the first round. Okay, let's go to the board number 2. I'll remind you that this is open section under 12, Group A. And on the second board, here we have... I want to pronounce that correctly. This is Afrosbek Sobirov with white playing against Syed Abdul Khader. Here Khader has 20-50 of elo points and the white has 17-89. And let's see what's going on in this game. We reviewed that for the opening. I remember it well. Yes, we are saying here, what were we saying here? We are saying here for black to take on d1, take and then e5. Instead of that, black played knight d7. After knight d7, oh, b4, okay, it's not the best move. Queen d4 was much better here to play. We already said that about 1 hour ago, but white played b4, e5, bishop d2, a5. Okay. Bishop e7. Bishop c4. All good. Knight c3. Yeah, maybe just castle. Why not? Knight c3, rook d8, queen b1. Here the black is the rated favorite. Bishop f5. Oh, they just blunder. Bishop takes f6. That's not a huge blunder, but instead of bishop f5, it was better to keep that on the board, to play knight g4, for example. And after taking on e7, take on e7, knight takes e4. Sorry. Knight takes e4. Then just take on b4. Makes sense. Or rook d4 also. I think the black has a huge compensation here. Yeah, it's a huge compensation. Also, I got the idea here that if they play h3, for example, first, they can take on f2. That's very interesting. King takes f2 and rook d2. It's an interesting sacrificing. So knight e2. e3 check, and then king g1, queen h4. Very interesting position. Bishop takes a very complicated. Yeah, at least it was very interesting to play knight g4 here. Instead of that, black played bishop f5. And after bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. I don't like black's position. Maybe castle first and then knight d5. Yeah, why not? I like white's position more here, but okay, they have to take on f6. They have to do that move. Let's see if they will. Before that, let's go to the next board, open section under 12, Group A. Next board, Ted Wong playing against Ivan Kojedub. Here Ted Wong has 20-34 rating points and the opponent has 17-78. Let's see what was happening in this game from the beginning. So the Sicilian with d3, g3, yes, we were talking about that, and we also talk about Robert James Fisher connected to that system. Wait a sec, what's going on after knight g4 with that pawn? The pawn is hanging. The pawn on e5 hanging, and if the black will play rook e8, there will be just bishop f4. And I'm gaining the e5 pawn, so if the black want to have the equal material, they have to take on b2. But in that case, after knight e5, I think white has a huge initiative connected to the active pieces. The pawn on d5 is hanging. And if they support that pawn, then I'll play rook b1. When the black take on c7, I will take on b7. And I think they are in troubles. Yeah, that makes sense on e5. Okay, that's why e5 is a bad move. But any bad move needs the provement. If we don't prove that it's a bad move, then it's not a bad move anymore. So the whites were doing that with knight g4. Instead of that, they played h5. Bishop d7. Okay, a little bit strange moves, Take on g6, take. Queen e2, rook d8, knight g4. Yeah, not the best options, but the position is very complicated. We have to say that also. The position is quite complicated. Let's go to the next game. Board number 4, Group A, open section under 12. Here with the white we have Venkata Haresh playing against Bilolidin Ovidov. So Venkata is from Singapore with the rating 1728, and Bilolidin, yes, that's correct, is from Uzbekistan. That's another very strong school. Let's see what's going on in this game. Let's take a look from the beginning. Karakan. Then rook d1, queen c8. Okay, mistake, definitely mistake. Knight c6 was extremely necessary. So the idea here for black is knight c6, queen f4 and d4. Take on d4. Take on d4, rook takes d4 and queen b6. Here black has some compensation for the pawn. Instead of knight c6, Mr. Bilolidin played queen c8. Knight a3, knight c6. This is a position. Queen f4, most obvious move. Yeah, slightly better. Actually, advantage for white. It's very nice position for white. Next game, board number 5. And we will not go deeper as we like to review the other sections also. So I'll try to review the first 5 boards from each section. Once again, open section under 12, Group A, board number 5, Maxwell Young playing against Andrea Kristesiashvili, who is from Georgia. Quite a talented and interesting kid, I'll tell you honestly. So let's take a look what's happening in his game. We'll start from the beginning. Yeah, we have here Nimtsovich defense with e3 line. Okay. We see the very nice videos from the playing venue just couple seconds ago. Yes. Now we see the kid again who was doing some physical activities while playing. It's always very nice to see the young people doing their best and doing their job. Okay, so let's get back to the board number 5 in the A group section under 12 open. Knight f3, knight bd7. The position is equal with a mutual play. Let's say like that. c5, that's a correct reaction on f4. Maybe f4 was not necessary and it was better to play just e4 with white. f4, c5. This is a position. I like black's position more. So here the difference between the rating is more than, okay, 260 points. So, no, actually 250 points. So it seems like white is a rated favorite, but blacks are doing quite good game. So it will be a very interesting thing to take a look at this game again in the game. Later, I mean. Now we go to the next section. It is Group B. Open under 12. On the first board here, we have Matthias Martinez Flores with white playing against Rauf Yusupov, which is from Turkmenistan, and Matthias Martinez is from Mexico. We will take a look from the beginning of this game. Let's take a look. Yes, we are talking about this. So it started with the Petrov, then it goes to the 4 knights defense, and then later it goes to the Scotch with the knight d4, which is not the best move for black, as it is giving the space and the free development for white. And the chances to get the big advantage immediately, here white missed to play e5. From other side, if we look at this pair, the whites are having almost 300 yellow points more compared to the opponent. So white has 2080 and the opponent has 1800. E5, it's just necessary, okay? In this kind of positions, it's just necessary just to do e5. When the opponent is forced to go with the knight on g8, just take a look at this. So the opponent is forced to go on g8, and all their pieces are on the back rank, right? Sorry, just e5 and knight g8. All the black pieces. Of course, it is a clear advantage. When you have a chance to do like that, of course you have to do like that, because they don't have knight h5. Guess why? Because we are just gaining that pawn. Even with bishop e2 or even with g4. Or bishop e2. As after g6, I think they will be in a very big trouble here. Even if I take, yeah, okay, what to say. And when they take on h5, e6, oh, that's just crazy attack. The rook is hanging on h8. Yeah, after e5, it was very tough position for black, but the white played bishop g5. Bishop c5, queen d2, yes, so we are talking about this. f3, bishop b7, a3, bishop d6, very dangerous moves with the black bishop. It was better just to trade that bishop and that's it. You know, just to ignore it and just play queen e7, to don't jump with that bishop forward and back. Now the white has a clear advantage, but not with bishop d4. You just continue the development. a6, take on e5, take knight d4. Knight c3 was better, as the knight on c3 is more flexible and also is not blocking the queen and the rook on the semi-open d file. So after knight d4, long castle, bishop c4, d5, excellent. Take, take, take. Okay. After rook takes d5, black has the clear advantage, but it wasn't happened yet in the game. Black is thinking here what to do. Rook d5 is the most obvious move, giving them the advantage, pinning the knight on d file. And also abstractly, the black's position is better because they have the bishop in the open position against the knight. It will be a long game, I'll promise you that. Okay, let's go to the board number 2. Here we have Suleiman Ahmed playing against Ramtin Kakavand. Here Kakavand is a rated favorite player. He has 2059 against 1793. And we will take a look at this game from the beginning. Oh, by the way, we were talking about this opening that the whites are trying to be too solid as they are playing against a higher rated player. I mean, we are talking connected to that, but of course it could be different way also, as maybe it's a style of the white to play that solid openings. Let's see what happened later. Oh. f6 is too risky. Oh, black start playing very active moves when they have not ended up the development and they don't have any advantage there. Here we have the kid calling the arbiter on the screen. He won his game, well done. Okay, so rook c1. Wait, it's very interesting fact that here in the open section under 12 B group on the second board we have only 11 moves done for now after more than 2.5 of our playing. Yes, I'm repeating again and again, chess is the excellent game. So the white has 37 minutes on the clock and the black has 16 minutes on the clock, and this is black to move, and they have to make the decision what to do after rook c1. Let's go to the board number 3, the same section, where Jesus Daniel Diaz Guerrero, I think I'm not pronouncing it correctly, as this kid is from Mexico. It has to be Jesus, so I'll try to pronounce it exactly like it is happening in Mexico. So Jesus Daniel Diaz Guerrero, I hope so. Playing against Yuri Ambartsumian, who has 1750, and Mr. Jesus has 2032. Let's review the game from the beginning. Yeah, that was the French defense with the king on d2. We remember that. Queen f4, c4. Bishop g6, h5, queen f3. They are losing the pawn. Yeah, they just lost the pawn. Black just lost the pawn. And what happened? Oh, yeah, they got the pawn back. g3. Okay, queen g5. Ah, they missed queen g5 check, so it was much better to play queen f4. Yeah, it's a clear advantage for white. Okay, they played g3, they missed queen g5 check. But here black has to play something like f5 to create something immediately. Instead of that, they play just a move. And after knight a3, they are in the huge problems again. Okay, I don't understand what the rook is doing on h1. Yeah, it's a simple and obvious question. Do we have anything on the h file? If we don't have, then it is better to put the rook on the semi-open file. Yeah, it's quite obvious. Just to activate the rook like that. Not on h1. King g7, queen f1. Okay, he wants to do the checkmate there, but I don't think that the black will give the checkmate. Yes, rook h8, that's it. Everything is supported and protected there. Bishop f3. f6. I don't think it was necessary. That would... Okay. Let's say so. The white has the only weakness, and this is a pawn on a4, so attack. Like in the old sweet times. The opponent has a weakness, just attack. Makes sense, no? Instead of that, black played the move where they are not stronger than the opponent. They played f6. And the whites are thinking here. Okay, let them think. The position is quite tough and difficult with the mutual play mostly. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to the board number 4. Here we have with the white Ramazan Amangeldi playing against David Tatvidze, who is from Georgia, and Mr. Ramazan is from Kazakhstan. Let's see what is happening in this very interesting struggle. Let's start from the beginning. So we have the rated favorite, the player who is playing with black. He has the rating 2000 and he is from Georgia, and quite talented guy, by the way. Okay. Yeah, maybe knight d5 was better. To put the knight on d5 instead of taking on e4. Yeah, makes more sense to me. Okay, they take on e4. Take. h4. f5. Bishop c2, bishop f6. Castle. Knight e7. Quite obvious moves are happening on the board. Okay. a5 also correct. Take with the pawn. Take with the bishop was much better. To don't keep the bishop on f4 out of work. Oops, and they lost the pawn. I see. Now the black's position is with a huge advantage. The only trouble they have, this is that on the clock, the time is only 6 minutes against the opponent's 1 hour. But the advantage is quite huge. Okay, the most obvious move, h5, the move that does not need to thinking at all. h5. It definitely has to be done. There is the extra pawn on the board, just use it. Everything is super logical and simple. That was board number 4. Let's go to the board number 5, where Alexandru Pirtach playing against Batar Batbatar. So Mr. Batar Batbatar is from Mongolia, and Alexandru Pirtach is from Denmark. He is the rated favorite in this pair. He has 1977, where Batar has 1724, and the position here seems like very good for black. Let's go back and review this game. So we stopped here with the b4, knight a2, knight c5. Okay. Yeah, here was very interesting. The typical idea in this kind of position and structure, which makes sense to just sacrifice that bishop, take on d5, knight takes. Now if they take on, okay, they have to move the queen, because if they take on their knight, then e takes d5, I'm opening up the e file, and the black could never do the castle. Okay, instead of bishop d5, white played c3. All obvious. Bishop d7. Yeah, it seems like the black has advantage already. Let's see what happened later. Oh, it is kind of simple thing. I hope so. Just take on d5. So they have to take with the queen, because if they take with the pawn, then we just play rook takes e7. And we are almost winning. If they take with the queen, then knight c7, queen c6, take on c5. Now if they take back on c5, then I'll take on a6, and d7 bishop in the end is hanging. And if they take on c7, then I take on e7. And on rook e8, I'll just play bishop a3. Okay, let's see how it goes. But the white played queen e2 instead of knight d5. Oh, they choose the worst point. After that, it seems that the white is in the big troubles. Yeah, because black has a huge center. I mean, the pawn range in the center is very strong, supported with the pieces, also the pair of the bishops. It seems like black has a big advantage. Now we can go to the open section under 10. Group A. Here we have some results already. So on the first board, let's see if they are still playing. Yes, they are still playing. Very nice. With white, it is Rayanash Chakrabarti from Australia playing against Safa Humatov from Azerbaijan. Let's take a look at the game. White decided to capture on c4. Ah, they played d3. Yes, well, we are considering this position, and after d5 we said to play d4. So in the game was d3. Opponent played bishop e7. Take on c4, take on c4, b3, knight b6, queen d4, all correct, excellent. Queen f4, knight c6. Oh, knight g5, rook g8. The black does not want to do the castle, that's a fact. But they are in troubles. Knight b1, what a strange move. Why it was necessary to play knight b1? Isn't it better to develop the rook first, for example on d1, and then play that knight b1 if we want so much? Because here after a5, oh, a5. After a5, whites are forced to capture on a5. And if they capture on a5, after rook takes a5, I'm getting some game. Okay, anyway, a5 has to be done, right? Bishop b7, a4. Now here a5 also makes sense, again and again. Knight h7. Okay, white has a big advantage. They have a big advantage. Let's see what will be there later. Let's go to the board number 2. I'm reminding this is open section under 10 group B. Board number 2. Here we have Andrea Jakhaya with white playing against Lev Shangin, where Lev Shangin has 2031 yellow points, and the white color has 1652. This is Andrea Jakhaya from Georgia. Yes, he's in a very big troubles in this position. The board number 3, we already have the result where Asmat Kaushik beat Georgi Tsulaya. Board number 4, we also have the result there. Here we have another surprise where German Yu Kalinichenko won against Safin Safarullah Khan, who has rating 1879, and the white has 1634. And the board number 5, here we also have the result, board number 5, where Ayanash Kuntaka from United States was playing against Sin. Sorry, I don't want to pronounce it differently. It seems like Sean Andre Obado, who is from Philippines, having the rating 1631, and the white had 1872. White lost this game. It's interesting, how did he lose? Let's take a look. This is a board number 5. Where the king goes, people. Yeah, nothing special was happening later. Okay, I will go to the board number 6, where the host, Lazare Chkartishvili from Georgia, is playing against Aryan Mehta from India, who has rating 1863, and this is a position that we are having after move number 20, where the whites are slightly better. They are slightly better. Now we go to the open section under 10, big group. Here on the first board, we have Roman Savshokjiev playing against Egor Lazarev, where Savshokjiev is a rating favorite, and also he has the extra exchange, so the position is just winning for white. Just do any move, mostly the obvious ones, for example Queen f4, attacking the rook on b8, later capture on d5. Okay, seems like Shakhshodziev will win this game. Now let's go to the next game. This is Alexander and Popov, Joshua Xia, where Joshua is just simply winning with the extra piece. On the board number 3, we have Alimjan Jayumbai played against Khaled Al-Jamad, and they are still playing. The position is just the advantage for white, clear advantage, as they have more space, better pieces, better center, but black also does not have any special problems for now, but they are a little bit passive. Board number 4, Dehas Kiringoda playing against Zechen Yu. Very interesting position. Okay, from another side, I mean, it is so simple that it is interesting. I was just thinking if the black has any chance to attack there, but I mean, they are on the king side, but I think it will not be easy at all, as the white could support also that that part of the board with rook e2, rook f1, rook f2 has to be very close to draw. And on the board number 5, we have Cheng Xuan Ling playing against Rahim Maksatuli. Cheng Xuan Ling is 1868 rated and Rahim Maksatuli is 1630 rated, and it's interesting what's going on the board here. White has a clear advantage and they are pawn up. Okay, now let's go to the open section under 10, Group A. Here we have the results in most of the games. So on the board number 1, the rated favorite Luca Protopopescu won the game. On the second board, the same thing happened. Rizat Ulan won the game. Third board, the same, David Reddy won his game. The same is happening on the board number 4. Lukas Stanisic won his game, and the next board also Jan Zhumiech won his game. So here almost all the games are over and we have no surprises in the Group A open section under 10. Now Group B, the same section under 10 open. And let's take a look what's going on here on the first board. First board is playing, the others are over, and here we have only some surprises on the board number 2, where Mr. Azad Khuduzadeh beat Sarbarthomani. That we know, where the black blundered the checkmate. After bishop f8, it's just unstoppable checkmate. Now we have the result on the first board also. All the games are over here. On the first board, no surprise. There is a surprise only on the second board. The other games ended up with the victory of the rated favorites. I'm talking about the top 5-6 seats. So we can go to the girls section under 12, where we also have some results already. No, this game is in progress. Laura Q, the rated favorite, is playing against April Wong and having the decisive advantage. On the board number 2, the same thing is happening. The rated favorite Xiahan Lunalu is having the huge advantage. The board number 3, we have here the same picture, the rated favorite having the decisive advantage. Okay, dear chess friends, until we go to the final part of today's games, we can do the short break and see you soon.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილესთან დაკავშირებით პირველად გაიმართება მსოფლიო თასი ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა შორის. ღონისძიებას ბათუმი უმასპინძლებს 22 ივნისიდან 3 ივლისის ჩათვლით, სადაც მონაწილეობას მიიღებს 42 ქვეყნის 300-მდე უძლიერესი მოჭადრაკე. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში და გახდის საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ჩვენს ქალაქს ბათუმს ერგოპატივი უმასპინძლოს საუკეთესო მოჭადრაკეებს მსოფლიოს 52 ქვეყნიდან. დარწმუნებული ვარ, ბათუმი, როგორც არაერთი საერთაშორისო ღონისძიების მასპინძელი ქალაქი, ეხლაც ღირსეულად უმასპინძლებს ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა განსხვავებულ ფორმას, რომელიც ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეს ეძღვნება. ყველა მოჭადრაკეს მინდა მიულოცო ჭადრაკის საერთაშორისო ფედერაციის იუბილე და ყველა მონაწილეს უსურვო წარმატებები.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეზე ბათუმმა კვლავ მოიზიდა მსოფლიოს ყველაზე ნიჭიერი ახალგაზრდა მოჭადრაკეები. თავდაუზო გავშრომას ყოველთვის მოაქვს ხელშესახები შედეგები. წარმატებები ყველა მონაწილეს.
Hello, dear chess friends. We went to the final part of today's broadcasting. So we have here World Cup happening in Batumi, Georgia, the amazing city with the great weather and the sea and the sun and so on. We have 288 players in 6 different sections. This is a new system of the tournament, as we already said, but who just joined us, I will just remind you that this is a new system where the players are playing 7 rounds with the Swiss system, and the last 2 rounds they are playing the tie breaks for the top places. So one more time we have to say many thanks to the organizers, the Fide, the Georgian Chess Federation, and the special thanks to Mr. Akakiashvili, who is the special task director of the Fide, that this tournament is happening and we are in progress. So I hope that every of the players will be satisfied of the organizing part of the tournament. They will do their best and they will have a very good time in Batumi and in this tournament. So now we can go to the games. We will start with the open section under 12. The Group A, as I already told you, and I'll repeat again, that in each section we have 2 groups, so they are divided half to half. 24 players are playing in the Group A, another 24 players are playing in the Group B, and after 7 rounds they will play between each other. It means that the first place will play against the first place of the B group. The second place of the A group will play against the second place of the B group, and so on for the top places. So today we have the first round, which is going to the end. You see the playing venue. We have several players that are left playing. So now we can take a look at the games of the top 5 boards of each section and group. So as I said, we will start with the open section under 12, Group A. Here on the first board we already have the result where Ethan Guo lost against Yerjanuli Yernur. And on the second board we have the game in progress where Afruzbek Sobirov is playing against Syed Abdul Khader. Abdul Khader is a rating favorite. He has 20-50 against the opponent 17-18-9. Syed Abdul Khader is with black colors. And let's take a look what happened in the game for last 15-20 minutes. We stopped in this position. It was this position where we were considering taking on f6 for white, but white did the castle. Knight h5, knight b5. Still, that's an advantage for white, that's for sure. They have a very strong knight on d6. And f takes e6 also seems like a huge mistake. It was just necessary to capture with the knight. Oh, Why queen e3? At least white could capture on e4 with the knight, I think so. Yeah, queen e3. Okay, let's see what happened. Queen h4, king h1, knight d5, take on e4, take on b4, take, c3. Yeah, since the black equalized this game. Now it smells like a draw. Wow. White start doing some miscalculations on each move. Now the whites are trying to survive. This is a position. What can we offer here? Maybe enter on the 7th rank. For example, let's play rook c4. Take on f2. And rook c7. But there is rook f7. Yeah. It will be quite difficult for white to survive in this position. So this is what we have. This is what we have, rook a7, rook f5, and this is what we have in the game. Maybe rook g4 makes sense. Rook g4, they are forced to play g5 and just f3. I'm not giving the f pawn, so if they capture on f3, then I'll capture on g5. Trying to survive here. Yeah. Okay. But still, it will be very difficult for white to survive in this game. Also, we have to say about the time. White has 13 minutes on the clock and the black has 5 minutes till the end of the game. But on each move, they have the extra 30 seconds. We already know that. Okay, we can go to the next game. This is board number 3. This is board number 3, where Ted Wang is playing against Ivan Koshedub. Knight e3, bishop c8, a4, knight a5. Oh, such a huge error. b4, definitely b4. And if the black captures on b4, we just capture. And on knight b3, we have brilliant queen a2. On knight a1, there is knight takes d5. That's very interesting line. Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5 check, king h8, and rook e4, threatening the checkmate. Yeah. White has more than compensation here, but it's not an easy move. Definitely b4 is not an easy move, but I'm not sure about c4. Why do we need c4 at all? Let's see what happened in the game. Knight b3, rook b1, another bad move. Knight d4, the black answered with the same. Instead of taking on c1, which was much better, just to take that bishop. Why not? And the position by itself is already very good for black. They can play bishop f6 or bishop h6, attacking that knight. Okay, black decided to play knight d4 here. Queen f1, bishop h6, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, c takes d5, bishop g4. The blacks are in the time trouble here. They have 3 minutes. Bishop f5, rook h4. Yeah, white is almost winning this game. A huge advantage. Yes, okay, they're just winning. They're just winning for white. It seems like Ted Wang gonna win this game against Ivan Koshedub. This is board number 3, open section under 12, group A. Board 4. Here we already have the result. The black won this game. Venkata lost against Bilolidin. See how it happened, how the black won this game. because it was advantage for white. Okay. Okay, it seems like a huge advantage for white. Oh. Still it does not have to be losing. Oh, and yeah, they just blundered the piece. G4 was a very bad move, definitely. Instead of G4, white can play just knight D4. And on rook H6, they can capture on F5. Now there is no discover check, as the white will capture the black rook with the check. And on E takes F5, we can do just queen B3 check. King H8, rook E6, again attacking that H6 rook to don't give them the discover check. And on rook H4, we can just move with the rook. And there is no danger connected to discover check, as king could run on G1, F1, and on E2 even if they like so. But instead of that, they played G4 here, and after bishop C2, it's just time to resign. They blunder in one move. Okay, actually they were in the time trouble. They had a little bit more than the 1 minute. So this game, black won. That's board number 4. Board number 5. Board number 5. Here we have Maxwell Young with 1979 playing against Andrea Kristesiashvili from Georgia, 1728, and Andrea is having the huge advantage with black. Actually, he is doing a quite good game. We were watching this game, right, from here, and he's kind of doing very good moves each time. Well done, actually very good game. He has a huge advantage right now. It's almost winning. He's gaining the material here. Very well done for Andrea. That's board number 5 in Group A. Let's go to the Group B. Here on the first board we already have the result, where Matias Martinez lost his game with Rauf Yusupov. Matias Martinez is 2080 rated points, having 2080, and Rauf has 1800, and he beat this very strong player, the first seed in his group. We're talking about this position that it's advantage for black, but it was not like winning, definitely. Let's see what happened here later. Okay, another checkmate. Another checkmate. Another checkmate. Bravo, well done, Rauf. Second board, we have Suleiman Ahmed against Ramtin Kakavant. So on the first board here, we had surprise, where the lower rated player won the game. And on the second board, I think we are going to have another surprise, as Suleiman Ahmed is playing with white. He's 1793, and the opponent, Ramtin Kakavant, has 2059, and the position for white seems like a big advantage. It's white to move. Okay, they are in time trouble. They have 20 seconds on the clock. And they took on A8. They took on A8. Oh, I'm not sure about taking on A8. It could be draw now. I think knight E4 was the best move. After knight E4, how are they gonna survive? I don't see any point looking how they survive. Okay, the only reason I play knight E4 to don't give to the black the perpetual check. But after taking on A8, I think they have that perpetual check, right? The king could not go anywhere. They're just a perpetual check. Yes, this is gonna be the draw. It's gonna be the draw. That's board number 2. But still, it's very good result for Suleiman Ahmed, as he has 300 rating points less. Let's go to the board number 3, where Jesus Daniel Diaz Guerrero is playing against Yuri Ambartsumian. Jesus has 2032 rating points and Yuri has 1750. Jesus was having a very good position. Let's see what happened after that. He played g4. I'm not sure about g4. I think bishop g4 was a better choice. Okay, take on e5, take, queen f8, queen g5, queen d8, queen f4, queen f8, queen g5. So, and the black did not repeat the position. Well done, Mr. Yuri. Queen e3, queen b6. Oh, and Mr. Yuri was losing the game. Yeah, bishop e4. Okay, that's very difficult move, let's say so. It's very difficult move. If the white will capture that after knight f4, it's game over. Now g6 pawn is hanging, and after knight takes e5, they are in the deep troubles after knight h5 check. Yeah, seems like game over. They could not play king f7 because of queen f6, king e8, and knight g7. Just a checkmate. And in this position, if they capture on f4, then just queen h6. On king g8, there is a checkmate in 2, so they have to play king f7 and then queen f4. King g8, queen f6. Just checkmate on the few moves, in few moves. Yeah, whites were winning here with the bishop e4, but they play bishop g2, and after queen e5 they went to the absolutely losing endgame. Yeah, the endgame is just losing here. They are missing too much material. They're just losing. So here we have another surprise here. On the board number 4 in the B group, we already have the result. Here black won, Tatvidze won. We are saying it was the advantage for him, and it seems like he easily won this game, yeah, with a piece up. Also well done. And the board number 5. Board number 5. Here it seems like just a checkmate. Yeah, the game is over. Black won this game. Mr. Batar won with black colors against Alexandru Pirtac. This is another surprise that the lower rated player is beating the higher rated player. Okay, let's take a look at the board number 6, where Ivan Golikov playing against Gabriel Gabadadze. And this is a position after move number 34. That position seems quite complicated with the equal chances. Maybe knight takes c4, bishop takes e6, and queen takes b5. It seems like a mutual play. But still complicated game. Let's go to the open section under 10, Group A. On the first board here we have the game in progress. This is Rayanash Chakrabarti against Safa Humatov. So we stopped here. After that, what happened? It's clear that Rayanash has a big advantage, but not with the rook a3. But maybe with the rook a5. So rook a3, king h2. Wow. What is that? Wait a sec. Why not just f5? Is not it just winning the game? Seems to me it is a very huge advantage, as after g takes f5, there is queen f4. Okay, let's see what happened in the game. After rook takes b4, white played knight f5. G takes f5, c takes b4. Black has enough compensation for exchange, that's for sure. But not here. Maybe rook c3 to activate the rook. since they lost the h pawn, now they are in the troubles, as the white has a very strong pass pawn on h file. Seems like the white will win this game. Let's go to the board number 2. Here we already have the result. Andrea Jahaya with white lost against Lev Shangin. Lev Shangin was a rating favorite. On the third board, Ashwath Kaushik also won. On the fourth board, the game is over and the white won. German Yukalinichenko won against Safin Safarullah Khan. Here the black was the favorite. And on the fifth board, also Ayanash Erguntaka lost against Saint Andrich Obado, where the white were favorite. So quite much surprises we have today. B section, open under 10. B group in open under 10 section. On the first board, Roman Savshokjiev won against Egor Lazarev. On the second board, Alexander Popov lost against Joshua Xia. So here all the results are kind of okay, I don't want to say obvious, but I'm just talking connected to the ratings. Here on the board number 3, the whites are promoting the pawn. Alimjan Thaumbai playing against Khaled Aijamat. Technically winning position, but let's see if the white has enough techniques to win this game. On the board number 4, we have very equal position, I think so. Okay, still, maybe blacks are slightly better, but I think white has to survive. Here with the white, we have Tejas Kiringoda playing against Zechen Yu. And board number 5. Board number 5, Cheng Suan Ling playing against Rahim Maksatuli. Yeah, black has 2 extra pawns, but they somehow have to survive from the checks and take care about their king. The position is very complicated, very complicated. Let's go to the open section under 8. Group A, we have almost all the results here. On the first board, Luca Protopescu beat Alexandre Berishvili. Second board, Lior Sivan lost against Rizat Ulan. All the high-rated players are winning the games. Yes, it happened like that until the board number 5. All the favorite players won the game. Let's go to the B group, section U8. Here we also have all the results there. The first board, Aiden Linuyan Li won against Amos Kapelinski. Aiden was a higher rated. On the second board, we have surprise where Azad Khuduzadeh won against Sabar Tomani. Azad is from Azerbaijan, and we know that Azerbaijan has a very strong school of chess players. And here we have the example. On the third board, the higher rated Elliot McCallum beat Jose Hernandez. On the fourth board, also higher rated Ariana Losi beat Ilya Timosmanov. And on the fifth board, also higher rated Jihan Ksub won against Robert Zelnik. Now let's go to the girls section. Under 12, Group A. The first board, higher rated player won. This is Xiahan Lunalu. Sorry, that's the second board. The first board is Laura Q, win against April Wong. Second board, Xiahan won against Maha. Third board, Zuzana Kaminska won against Anastasia Kutateladze. Also, Zuzana was a rating favorite. And on the fourth board, we have surprise again from Azerbaijan. Leila Mirzalieva beat Dalia Diaz Kizi. Here Leila was 1548 and the opponent was 1793. On the fifth board, Nikavenskaya is still playing against Aneta Kedelidze, but Nikavenskaya is having a huge advantage here. Again, girls section under 12, B group. First board, we have the surprise here. Quick pen Deborah lost against Pavitra. On the second board, Devindia with black won. She is 1980, was playing against Antia Vasquez Sanchez, who has 1607. On the third board here we have surprise from Kazakhstan. Bibisara Abilayskizi won the game with black colors against Velmurugun Srikarthika, who has 1838 and was rating favorite. On the next board, number 4, Louis Chen lost against Pratiti Bordoloi. Bordoloi was the rating favorite. And the board number 5, here also rating favorite, Senem Gulbasari won the game against Adia Shomanova. B section. Sorry, that's a section, girl section under 8. Sorry, under 10, A group. Let's start from the first board here. Romy Milner won her game. On the board number 2, here we have the surprise from Uzbekistan. Huznurahon Huznitin won the game against Lila Zadkovska, who has 96. Okay, not a very big difference in rating, but still Huznurahon was the lower rated player. On the board number 3, Mehriban Ahmadli won Natalia Satiani. Fourth board, Ilkhas Helfalach lost the game against Malika Norkulova. And the fifth board, Zhang Jing won against Enrui Adele. Here, Zhang Jianing was the rating favorite. Group B in the same section, girls under 10. On the first board, we have Alisa Genrietta Juncker won against Chloe Liu. Alisa was the rating favorite. Second board, we have the game in action. That's nice. And the position is with the mutual play. Board number 3, another game in action. Here we have Maria Anistoraei. Sorry if I did not pronounce it correctly, playing against Maria Mrekhviashvili from Georgia. Here Maria and Miriam is playing against each other. That's a very nice pair, where the whites are the rating favorites. They have 1680 rating points and the black has a 1470. The game is quite interesting. I think it has to be close to draw. On the board number 4, Ashley Fu lost against Ruyu Yu, where Ruyu was the favorite in rating, 1647 against 1437. And the board number 5, DG Bijesh won her game against Ketevan Jaliashvili. And now girls U8 A section. Here we have all the games done, where the favorites won the games. Yes, in the B section all the rating favorites won the game. In the A section, A group, and the B group here, let me take a look. In the B group, we have the same picture, absolutely the same picture. The rating favorite players won their games. So we can go to the end of our broadcasting, but the live cameras will be on. You can continue watching the players which are still playing their games and take pleasure of it. I will say goodbye for today, and we'll see you tomorrow again on the same place, same time, and we'll be glad to have a time with you. So thank you for watching and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილესთან დაკავშირებით პირველად გაიმართება მსოფლიო თასი ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა შორის. ღონისძიებას ბათუმი უმასპინძლებს 22 ივნისიდან 3 ივლისის ჩათვლით, სადაც მონაწილეობას მიიღებს 42 ქვეყნის 300-მდე უძლიერესი მოჭადრაკე. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში და გახდის საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ჩვენს ქალაქს ბათუმს ერგოპატივი უმასპინძლოს საუკეთესო მოჭადრაკეებს სოფლიოს 42 ქვეყნიდან. დარწმუნებული ვარ, ბათუმი, როგორც არაერთი საერთაშორისო ღონისძიების მასპინძელი ქალაქი, ეხლაც ღირსეულად უმასპინძლებს ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა განსხვავებულ ფორმას, რომელიც ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეს ეძღვნება. ყველა მოჭადრაკეს მინდა მიულოცო ჭადრაკის საერთაშორისო ფედერაციის იუბილე და ყველა მონაწილეს უსურვო წარმატებები.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეზე ბათუმმა კვლავ მოიზიდა მსოფლიოს ყველაზე ნიჭიერი ახალგაზრდა მოჭადრაკეები. თავდაუზო გავშრომას ყოველთვის მოაქვს ხელშესახები შედეგები. წარმატებები ყველა მონაწილეს.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილესთან დაკავშირებით პირველად გაიმართება მსოფლიო თასი ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა შორის. ღონისძიებას ბათუმი უმასპინძლებს 22 ივნისიდან 3 ივლისის ჩათვლით, სადაც მონაწილეობას მიიღებს 42 ქვეყნის 300-მდე უძლიერესი მოჭადრაკე. ითამაშე ჭადრაკი ბათუმში და გახდის საუკეთესო მსოფლიოში.
ჩვენს ქალაქს ბათუმს ერგოპატივი უმასპინძლოს საუკეთესო მოჭადრაკეებს მსოფლიოს 42 ქვეყნიდან. დარწმუნებული ვარ, ბათუმი, როგორც არაერთი საერთაშორისო ღონისძიების მასპინძელი ქალაქი, ეხლაც ღირსეულად უმასპინძლებს ჭაბუკთა და გოგონათა განსხვავებულ ფორმატს, რომელიც ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეს ეძღვნება. ყველა მოჭადრაკეს მინდა მიულოცო ჭადრაკის საერთაშორისო ფედერაციის იუბილე და ყველა მონაწილეს უსურვო წარმატებები.
ფიდეს 100 წლის იუბილეზე ბათუმმა კვლავ მოიზიდა მსოფლიოს ყველაზე ნიჭიერი ახალგაზრდა მოჭადრაკეები. თავდაუზო გავშრომას ყოველთვის მოაქვს ხელშესახები შედეგები. წარმატებები ყველა მონაწილეს.